Hi. Hold on. I may have to plug my mixer back. Alright, everyone, that should have ironed out all of the mic troubles that I was experiencing just now. And welcome in to everyone to Rebirth, a technical issues tale. It wouldn't be a game in this world if there weren't technical issues. But yes, a D&D Tale here on Coffee Cat Presents. So, last we left off, the Lucky Sevens had made their way into and through a bit of the upper portions of a vent in a volcano. Rather warm, to say the least, but not terribly unbearable, with enough water to make the trek inside. They were able to power through with minimal efforts. They found Vanya's brother in one of the storage facilities inside this volcano chamber. And in talking with him, realized that there was another member of Imbral's company in the military of the Grioran Empire that had seemed to have lost his way. Following in, the Lucky Sevens found this man Caleb and a group of cultists, amongst whom they were able to quickly dispatch. But as the ritual that they had been performing concluded, and the ground of the interior of this volcano began to shake more violently, a zombified silver dragon crawled out of the ground and lava around them and began to assail them. But upon listening to the pleas of this dragon in Draconic, perhaps against its own will, so the Lucky Sevens slew the beast. Realized that its name was Halver, and that by doing this, he was free. To what afterlife a dragon goes to, well, one is not sure. Most can speculate, but hopefully the creature is now at peace. With that, the Lucky Sevens found a slew of, fortune that had been stored here in this particular volcano. Whether it was Halver's hoard or another dragon's in the long distant past, it's hard to say, but The gold coin is still worth something. The gems and pieces of art and things of that sort still worth something, especially if they're old, to the rest of the world. And among those was a piece of armor. A piece of armor, black, studded, with runes that disappeared into the piece. Black feathers, sort of around the mantle and down the back. And so, the Lucky Sevens made their way back out of the hazardous chambers of the volcano towards the mouth of the vent, and made their long rest. And upon Vanya identifying this piece of armor, found it was called the Deathwalker's Ward. Had some very unique properties to it, some of which she couldn't see. Kind of locked behind some kind of something far more powerful than she could identify. And so Lagan took it upon himself to take up this armor. And so the Lucky Sevens rest. And then Lagan, in your dreams, you are visited. But not by whom you expect. You half expect to see the Raven Queen visiting you. But instead you see a man. A man in a mask, similar to the Raven Queen, but donned in that same armor you now possess. Mantle of feathers, kind of draping all the way down, kind of obscuring a bit of his form, silhouetting him a little. And he says to you, "So you're the one who chose it."
Well, I did find it. It spoke to me on many levels.
I'm sure. I'm sure you have a lot of questions.
I do. And I do. And every time I have one answered, I find I have 10 more.
Such is the way of things.
Who are you?
I'm known simply as the Champion. The Shepherd.
Champion. The Shepherd. Oh. She's spoken of you.
As I'm sure she has. As I'm sure you've seen in your book.
I was not speaking of that book. When I spoke of she, I was speaking of the matron. But yes, you are mentioned in that book as well.
Right. Well, you're the new champion, I guess.
I am the new champion. Okay, that's what this means. Ah.
It'll serve you well. But, Well, I'm sure you've got more to do this morning, don't you?
I don't know how this works. As far as I know, we could potentially spend years in this place and it not necessarily mean that much time has passed where my body lies. Although I'm sure I'd wake up very famished if that were the case. As food here doesn't really serve a purpose.
No, you're kind of in a in-between state at the moment.
Questions, there are so many of them. What does it mean to be her champion?
Well, that's a tricky question. I mean a lot of different things. Means that she chose you for some reason. I'm not always privy to the thoughts of the Raven Queen.
I see.
But it does mean she's charged you with a task. That task being to protect the world, in a way. And that's a big ask. Practically speaking, what you wear now will protect you from whatever elements you might find yourself coming across. That dragon, having it, protected him from the fire inside the volcano. You can choose anytime you sit down and rest. And you see that when you look down upon yourself, you see that you're also wearing this armor, and that yours and this shepherd's both kind of glow in the different colors of the elements.
So when I rest, I can alter the resistance?
Yes.
Ooh. As intrigued as he is, there's still that lingering question. I already have two deities placed holds on and claims on my person. So is this like a physical representation of the charge she has already given me?
You make the mistake of assuming it's all separate.
I don't assume it's separate. How do I explain this? You probably have more knowledge of these things than I do, but she's had her eye on me for roughly 30 years, as far as I can tell, if not longer. She's already put a charge to me. I'm asking, is this like a physical manifestation of that?
In a way, yeah.
I see.
You carry the symbol of the Wild Mother. And now you carry the symbol of the Raven Queen.
Yeah, you only have to look to Mjolnir to see that. And the shepherd, assuming has a above average perception, would also see that there is now a book that can be a holy symbol as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's. If you're looking at him for religious iconography, you're going to be extremely confused because you will find a mix of Melora and or Zugiwao and the Raven.
A wide array, yes.
You're not going to be able to pin him down to one.
Not anymore.
That's for sure. Because his shield is definitely emblazoned with the iconography of Zugiwao.
Mm-hmm.
So they're There's so many questions, and I don't know where to begin. How long will I be her champion?
Greatly depends.
As long as I wear her? Until I die? You wore it, and you're still here, so does that mean I follow after?
Well, I certainly hope I don't lose my job. But to answer your question, I don't know.
Oh boy. More unanswered questions. Yay!
And I don't have the answers. I'm just a shepherd.
Just a shepherd.
Safely guide those across the barrier.
But at some point you were a mortal being like myself? To perform this song?
Yeah. For a period of time. And then I wasn't.
Was it a long period or a short period of time?
Short. And long. It gets weird. It feels like an eternity. But there will be highs, there will be lows, there will be moments of defeat and moments of victory. And then it's gone.
What's it like on the other side?
It depends whether you see me or whether you see her.
I've seen both. Thankfully I'm not at a moment of death at this point, but yeah, I don't know what that means.
Usually?
Yeah.
You want to see me. Because when you see her, it's the last thing you ever see.
She always asks such interesting questions when she shows up. Should I get a mask like you? And her?
If you want to instill fear in those you come across, maybe.
I'm just curious. I don't know how this works.
Neither do I. And it'll be a learning curve, and I'm going to wish you luck.
Well, I am a member of the Lucky Seven, so I think I've got that covered, thanks. But it never hurts to hear it.
Well, you'll always have questions. You'll never have answers. But just do what you feel is right, and you'll be on a good path.
Okay, so at this point in time, how long has it been since Lagan got rid of the book?
It's only been about a day.
So the anger isn't gone completely yet, right?
From the evil book? No,
Yeah.
the anger is not really all that well quelled. It's subsided some, but still feels like a weight on your heart.
The talk with Cypher, the talk with the shepherd, and there's always more questions than he answers. He's obviously getting very upset, physically, visibly upset, ready to smash something.
Hmm.
Why are there always more questions? Why can't anyone just give me a straight fucking answer? And he smashes the hammer down.
Because you're dealing with entities beyond even myself. And beyond the Raven Queen. We're talking gods here, man. And gods will never, ever give you a straight answer.
As if humans will.
Even
Mortals
mankind
of
doesn't.
mankind?
Nope. You can hope, but
Well, unfortunately, I still have more questions, and I know you don't have any answers, unfortunately. Uh,
depends on the realm of the question.
what other, well, the ones that I really want answers to, I'm fairly certain you don't have them. However, is there anything else this lovely new set of armor can do for me? Does it grow? Does it change? Become something else?
It'll grow with you.
That's always handy to have. So if I shrank, it would shrink with me?
Theoretically. I used to know someone who used to embiggen a lot of people. But never really shrank anyone, to my knowledge. At least, not that I ever witnessed. Maybe once. I don't quite recall. It's all fuzzy.
It's only happened once, but it did come in handy when I needed it, so...
Yes, you are quite tall.
Well, I can't really help that. I say I've always been big for my age, so...
Well.
It'll grow with me, so... Interesting.
When you're ready, different things will be allowed to you.
I see.
Some of the things I used to be able to do, some of the things she used to be able to do.
Oh.
But, that'll have to wait.
Okay.
I should leave you to your sleep so you at least get a good night's rest.
My dreams are always fitful.
Yeah, well, at least it's not the usual kind this time.
Yeah, I can do without those nightmares for a night. I do appreciate it. Hopefully I'll be seeing you next time I have such an encounter again. But if not, it was a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. And with
I'm
that,
sure if anybody on watch, they might hear Lagan mumbling under his breath at this point, but they're not able to truly make out any of the words, unless it's Kaz because he's speaking in Jotun.
but the dream fades, and you're back to your usual sleep. And you all wake rested.
I want to get a big white bird skull mask like I played Dr. Mask. I think that would be so fitting with this.
Alright. Everybody waking up, everybody has their breakfast, does their morning, daily routines to prepare themselves for the rest of the day. And Lagan is wearing that blackened armor as he suits up for the morning. At first, it's a little bit of a tight squeeze, but eventually it starts to form fit to you. Almost like it's expanding in places it needs to and form fitting where it needs to. Sort of a big plume of like black feathers kind of across the mantle and on the back of him just kind of seem to frame sort of darkened armor with the sort of like kind of to juxtapose it a little bit, the shield is a lighter color with a blue swirl on the front.
It's all bright shiny.
But it's kind of a silver metallic, and the armor itself is just kind of darks and blacks in the plates and the belts and the and even some of the rivets and things like that in it are dark black. What element are you choosing for this first rest?
I'm going to go with poison.
Poison. All right, poison is your first choice. You see that the runes start to glow a little bit of a sickly green. The runes have reappeared, and uh, they kind of glow that sickly, almost chartreuse color of green. Just kind of very dull glow, not a very bright glow at all. Just enough to light them up from the inside.
Can Kaz read these runes?
That's a good question.
They are.
Well, Lacan is asking.
Yeah, they're very, very old. I would say that this is going to be more of, um, maybe more of an Arcana check on Kaz's part.
Yeah, I could do that. Given my background, could I maybe finagle advantage out of that?
Um,
Given my background is literally all about carving runes.
that would normally give you and how it's made sort of an idea, I think, which I can tie into that if you want that advantage, but um, but
To
if it's
actually
just to
read them, I
read it,
suppose.
no, yeah,
Okay, that's fair enough. I'll go ahead and roll an Arcana then.
okay.
That's a non-natural 20.
Ooh, dirty 20. All right.
Dirty 20.
They are in old draconic. They are very old, but probably older than some of the texts that you've read. Um, in that case, as if, but it almost looks like, from what you can tell, that the runes might have been an afterthought, something that might have been added to the piece of armor after it was crafted. During the crafting is usually when enchantments are placed.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen my fair share of enchanted stuff. You know, being a rune carver, sometimes I would be creating the forms of the enchanting through the rune and scribing. But this was tacked on? Kaz is raising a brow and kind of, he's got a thinker pose. It's curious. It's as if whoever added these didn't actually have any major regard for making them actually part of the armor. They were just this thing tacked onto the top. I mean, the inscription itself reads... That doesn't really read anything. It's all mostly gibberish. I don't know. And he like kisses. He would go ahead and like a piece of charcoal, and on the wall he would start kind of transcribing what he read into kind of like phonetic transcription. Transcribing it into like more regular draconic.
Like modern draconic.
Yeah, it's like... And he would turn to Arya and Vanya. Can you two make any title here of this? I mean, I've read some old texts, but
Well, can we?
it's veritably ancient.
I
I'll
mean,
take a look at it.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
I will assist someone.
Okay.
Who has the higher score?
It's an
I have
arcana
a
check.
helm.
It's an Arcana check.
Mm.
What's yours, Derek?
Oh, I was about to say I have a helm of comprehend languages.
Oh,
you-
shit, you're right.
Oh, you do.
You do. You can read all writing.
You have a helm comprehend languages.
And so
I completely forgot. I also have comprehend as a once per day.
Same.
as a once per day spell. Yep.
I'm not gonna
I
use
have
it.
the
but-
spell too. Shit. Oh well.
Well, given that Alira can now read all writing, in a sense, at
And then translate it to you all in bad Elvish.
the inscription, the inscription kind of details a bit of the tale of how the Raven Queen sort of got her start, in a way. That the world was dying. Was in threat of sort of destroying itself to protect itself. That a god, Weejas, needed defeating. That this god was the cause of the world sort of forgetting. Forgetting to look at the past for a basis for the future, for learning from mistakes, for sloth in regards to different things. And the Raven Queen took up the mantle of this god as a replacement. Because if she didn't, then something else would. That something else being a creature ancient, a long dead god thought defeated by Weejas. The one with the one-eyed skull. Of course, it's kind of vague and poetic and very sort of flowery words, and probably puts it in a lot better terms than I could possibly do in these sort of the sort of way that it's written.
Anyone who touches the class bard is a flighty ordinal.
But it is those letters on the armor that are glowing sort of this sickly green right now. The story itself almost kind of backlights itself with that color. And that is what you read, Alira, on Lagon's sort of chest and sides.
So does that clear it up at all?
For me, as mud, I don't speak Elvish or Draconic, so
It makes sense.
It does.
Whoever had this thought he had a way with words. Or she.
I don't know how that works. I don't know. What was the dragon? Was the dragon male or female?
I didn't particularly have time to check, as, you know, I was afraid of being frozen to death. I still feel cold.
Why would you be frozen? A fire dragon. I know it was silver, but it spit fire.
It did not. Correction.
Oh. Where did
Yeah,
the
it
fire
was cold.
come
It was cold. No, it was cold breath. It had fire resistance because of the fact it was in the volcano and it had the armor inside it.
from? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the breath was cold, and he's just like, yeah, I
breath
still
was-
feel cold.
Very much cold. Alira,
Okay.
Alira, in a way, was essentially frozen with
Yeah.
that blast. But it did have a resistance to the fire going on around it.
Okay. Now I understand.
Hmm.
Well. What are we going to do today?
Well, I
Which
suppose
nation are we going to crumble?
Well, I suppose first order of business would be getting back on the mountain.
Should we, Go ahead.
And, you know, making sure that, our new Imperial defector friend here, he turns to Vanya's brother, doesn't get lynched.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, well. I really, the only presence of the Empire that I see around here is that there are tumbled wenches, so long as we're not stopping at a tumbled wench, I guess.
There's more than one.
A town isn't a town without a tumbled wench. It's kind of it's a saying.
She leans over. She leans over real quickly to Kinwood. Can a town not be crafted without breaking ground of a drunken harlot? Is that a ritual that I'm not fully understanding, or? I don't mean to judge, but it would seem to me that you would end up crafting first a church, a garden, a vineyard, or something. But no, it's wherever a wench can find copious amount of alcohol, and where she doth fall is where you break ground.
With the passive perception of 24, what language is Lyra speaking in?
Currently speaking in Elvish to Kinwin, trying to end up having him explain this.
That's why I'm asking.
Apparently, a town is not a town without a town.
All Lagan would see is Vanya trying not to laugh.
Kim, when you
Explain what exactly?
Basically,
Alira's-
Alira's confused as
culturally
to,
confused.
as Vanya's brother had said, a town's not a town without a tumbled wench. And Alira leaned in and whispered, "You mean they break ground with the ritual involving a drunken harlot? That seems. Wouldn't it be more feasible to break ground on something like a church first, or a town hall, perhaps?"
I don't recall Fairclaw Glades having a tumble wench, just a little local bar.
And Ambrose
She
just kind
nods, but it's clear she doesn't understand a word of the concept. She's just like, I understand. No.
and Ambrose
So I
Ambrose
didn't understand, so I just nod and say yes.
and Ambrose just kind of tries to explain in Elvish. It's a slogan. It's a kind of a, I don't know, something
Like a prayer.
like a motto. Yeah, kind of, in a way. Almost, but not quite. It's more along the lines of business, where one business is branching off and creating another just like it in another town, sort of thing. And their motto, internationally, is "Town isn't a town without a tumbled wench." Okay. I think she understands now, Fonda. I'm not good with women, you know that, right?
You never have been.
No.
That's the problem.
No, never.
Did he say that in Elvish?
Yes, he did.
Cars just bursts into laughter.
So, he says in Elvish, "Do you understand Elvish?"
I understand many languages.
You strike me as a linguist.
A cunning one at that.
Huh.
and his eyes just tick to Vanya and Arya, suggestively like, "Yeah, you could learn a thing or two. I've seen it." Like, he doesn't say a word. His eyes just tick to the two of them before turning towards the entrance to the cave that they're staying in currently.
Ambro's a little embarrassed, but he goes about his packing up his things and beginning to what little things he did have on his person at this point, because he didn't come into the volcano with much of anything on his person. He really just had his clothing, armor, a couple of trinkets, and that was really it. You see that even his weapon is not present. Like, he has no evidence of a weapon on his person, but you know that you saw him wielding one.
Now, I know I saw you carrying one, but where is your sword?
It's hard to explain. It just appears when I need it. I mean, I could snap my fingers and bring it out, but I don't know that I need it right now.
Nifty little trick to have.
It's nifty for sure.
As Embro is doing that, Lagan is slowly stuffing his old armor into the bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
Very carefully so as to not rip it.
Mm-hmm. And it was a mundane chainmail that you had before, right?
No.
No? Oh, I don't. Oh, it was the thunder resistance. That's right.
It's the armor of thunder resistance.
Okay. Yeah. Then you're
Light.
you have worn that into many conflicts at this point, and not a scratch is on it. So you're not even sure that it even takes damage.
I don't want to find out what it takes to actually scratch
To destroy
this
it.
arm.
Yeah.
Well, just to leave
Lava.
a scratch with the shit I've been through already, I don't want to see what it takes just to leave a scratch, because that's really.
Yeah.
But as he's doing this, you don't have much. Is there anything we need to get for you, Ember?
No, I should be fine. That's. I mean, it's not like Vanya and I haven't, you know, cuddled together in the snow before.
After Lagan finishes getting his armor into the bag, he is going to remove the only item still in his backpack and put it into one of the pockets on the handy haversack.
Okay.
Big enough to hold the skull
Okay.
with the rest of the items, because it's essentially just a giant piece of onyx. I'm sure it's not going to be 750 gold now that it's got cracks and shit from. But it's going in with the rest of the gems.
Yeah. In with the rest of the gems. Okay. Any other things of note that are happening before you guys head out?
Are we in the town right now?
No, you are
Nope,
still at the mouth of the
we're
cave.
in a cave.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in a cave near the top of a mountain.
Do we need to stop back by your sister tribe, or just me talk to the elder again? To let them know what happened here, Kenwin.
So probably best to let them know, yes.
Probably be easier another time.
Do they have like messenger pigeons in D&D? That might be quicker than just going back there ourselves.
I have sending.
He is our messenger pigeon.
Everybody that was a part of the crew that is no longer a part of the crew routinely gets messages from Lagan.
Mm-hmm.
Including the crew of the Anbani.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he occasionally checks in from time to time.
You eventually need to get on that boat. Like, seriously, when this game started 2 years ago, a bunch of people pitched in to get her a boat, to get him a boat, to represent that.
I have
And
We
used
haven't-
it.
never
haven't even
used
been on
it
the
throughout the game yet.
We have been
Because
on it.
we've been land venture,
Mm-hmm.
teleporting and things.
We
A
have
juice
been
will
on
come
it now
soon.
a total of 3 times.
3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. We have indeed used it that many times. So, with that being said, you all finish up your morning rituals, your preparing, your gathering your things, your breakfast, and you begin the trek back down the mountain. Now, Lagon did bring up a good question, are you stopping by the Children of Fire, the tribe that is sister to Kinwin's, or are you going straight to Garnet Keep?
I mean, we could stop by. I mean, if they're on the way,
Yeah.
if they're on the way, then there's no harm, right? We're not under any massive time crunch besides destroying the Empire and everyone in it.
You know, that's a thing.
Defect or die. I don't care which.
Fair.
So as we're getting ready and moving out, Lagan is going to cast Aid on Kenwin, Alira, Arya.
Okay. aid has been presented for you three, and you begin to make the
5
traveling.
per HP, right?
Yeah,
5 to your current and max HP for the next 8 hours.
current and max, and you can heal up to that max. All right, so, and the Children of Fire would be more or less on the way. It is a slight detour, but it's pretty close. You are running low on food, however.
That was why I asked.
Yeah.
The important part of this is going to be we're going to have 3 individuals make their choice. They can either make a survival with dexterity for hunting. They can make a survival with wisdom for foraging, or you can make a survival with intelligence to ration things out to last longer.
I'll do the survival with wisdom.
Okay, is that
I'll do the survival with Dex.
okay?
What was the other?
Survival with intelligence.
Intelligence?
Yep.
I suck at that.
21.
Okay, so it's just them that have to roll, right?
No, it's any 3 people.
Any 3 people.
Anybody else want to take this, please? Please, I don't care that I have a plus
I think
9.
we've already got 3 lined up.
Okay, good. I don't care that I got a plus 9. I know how this goes.
Can I? Can I?
Yeah, I had a plus 12 between the plus for the survival skill and the plus for my wisdom.
Okay.
Oh.
That's not
So, Spectre, you were gonna
Sorry.
add something?
If I could help someone, I mean,
I'll take it.
all right, sure.
So,
Uh,
just I was only calling for 3 rolls. Only 3 people were going to be rolling this roll.
Mm-hmm.
And so, who is rolling the roll?
I was rolling the roll. That's
Okay.
why I said I rolled a 19.
Okay, so it's Kinwin, Vanya, and Lagan that are rolling the rolls.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very good at survival.
Okay. That's all I'm calling for. And I was getting a little confused as to who was doing what. So,
Alright.
Aria wants to do an assist. How are you assisting?
That's a good question.
And who are you assisting?
Well, I guess I'm helping Lagan. And the way I'm gonna do it is I'm going to provide. Let me see. What is something I can assist with here? Ooh, minor illusion. So in the event that we're hunting any predators, I can go ahead and summon like small animals to be, or like meat.
So that would be assisting Vanya.
Yeah, that would be assisting me.
A hunter.
Yeah.
A hunter.
Vanya is doing the
Okay.
hunting, Lagan is doing the rationing, and Kinwin is doing the foraging.
That makes sense. Okay. An alternative is cooking. I could be cooking.
If you want to assist Lagan, then yes, I will say that that's part of assisting Lagan.
Yeah, I get to use Howard's handy spice patch. I am helping you make some good ass preserves, my guy.
That'll help with the rationing.
Yep. All right. And then Kinwin said he got a 21. Vanya got a 18.
19.
19.
Oh, if that's advantage, that's a natural 20 for the rationing.
Okay. So, what that means is that you are able to hunt enough, you are able to forage enough, and you are able to ration enough food for you to have a small meal once per day. It does mean that you're going to that you are successfully fed, but it is meaning that you are slightly hungry, so I'm going to call for a Constitution saving throw from everyone. We're
You
not.
might be able to get more food at the sister village.
Oh, Derek stepped away.
From CAC to nat 20 for Vanya.
Ooh, get that.
And then Zephyr. I can't forget the puppy.
Can't forget the pupper.
Unnatural 21.
All
Well,
right.
Yeah.
21.
Constitution, right?
Constitution
21.
saving throw. Yep.
Sorry, my character sheet for some reason is still loading. I
Oh.
don't know why. Damn, you rolled 20. Plus side is that it is 9 plus something, I hope.
Constitution.
Yep. Constitution saving throw. Yep.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm trying to remember. Plus 1. An even 10. Yes.
Woo!
There we go. High
Give it.
roller.
High roller. Cos.
22.
Okay. Fine. Yeah.
That was a nat 20 for Vanya and an
Alright.
18 for Zephyr.
Okay. Arya.
21.
Kinwin.
15.
15. All right. And then Lagon.
21.
21. Okay. The only one who seems to be a little hungry after all of this is Alira. Alira, the fact that there are not very many things that you find particularly appetizing as of right now kind of leaves you a little hungry, but not to the point where it's going to cause you any exhaustion. So everyone's a little bit hangry cranky, but
In the worst case scenario, I can live for at least 3 weeks off of the giant born.
Starting to resort to some of those extreme survival instincts, maybe.
I understand predator prey.
But you are able to make it. It's slow going because it is still very snowy out in the mountains, and it does take several days for you to make it to the Children of Fire, where you last saw them.
At the end of the day, when we do stop for camp, we can have a second meal. I'm definitely going to need to have Arya's help on this because it's create food and water.
Oh, okay. So you can do create food and water. Okay.
Yeah, it's a 3rd level spell.
Okay.
But I can create enough food so that we do get 1 extra meal a day, so that we're not on the point of where anybody's going to be getting into exhaustion or
Okay.
anything like that from lack of food.
And create food creates enough food to be able to sustain the whole party.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just going to be bland. Not very flavorful without Arya's help.
Yep, Arya's
that.
spice pouch actually helps a lot in that regard.
Because it creates 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water.
Okay. So yeah, you'll be then
And then whatever's
then
they're
food isn't
used
even
just-
going to be an issue at all. Then you're fine. No Constitution saving throws. You're fine.
Okay.
I wish I'd known that before.
I was focused on everything else.
No, I
With the
understand.
armor before the game, I didn't reset my spells,
Mhm.
but I knew our food was low, so I had planned on taking create food and water
for the
and
trip.
You
Yeah,
just forgot about it for a moment.
to get out of this.
that's fine.
So
That's fine. Then yeah, the struggle for food is it doesn't really taste like anything until Arya puts the spice pouch to work. So
Okay.
And that's about all it tastes like. It tastes like if you've ever had plain tofu and tofu that's actually been cooked with something. That's what it tastes like.
Oh, I have no
Yay!
issues with this. It tastes great.
Why do you subject me to this hell?
Because we can.
Fuck your bugs! Alright.
I don't really have a choice right now. Lagon's not happy about this, but
Nope, because all it tastes like is the spices from the spice pouch. If it's going to have cayenne pepper in it, it's going to taste like cayenne pepper and nothing else. If it's going to have black pepper in it, it's going to taste like black pepper and nothing else.
I love the taste of cayenne pepper.
Lagon is very obviously a meat eater. He doesn't care if it's fish, poultry, dragon,
Beef, dragon,
whatever.
whatever. Yep.
I'm made of stone. Don't try it.
But that solves the food issue. The traversal is
Slow.
slow because you're still walking through snow, so it does take a little while to get back to the Children of Fire, back where they had camped. But as you continue down the mountain, you continue through the snow, and kind of reacclimate over the next few days to the more abundant air than the very rather thin air at the top of where the vent was. No, it was not at the top, because the top of the actual mountain is like thousands and thousands of feet above sea level. But from the vent to where the Children of Fire are does take you several days, and so you subject yourself to several days of rather bland food, but plenty of water. And then when you arrive, you are greeted warmly, and they almost didn't seem to expect you back. The leader just kind of looks at you all and a little quizzically, but welcomes you, realizing that there are indeed 2 extra members of the party than they had originally seen, and 1 less. What happened to your friend? Oh, no, never mind. That's way back when. Never mind. That's a different thing. That's my bad. I was thinking about something else.
Yeah, the only extra we have is Emerald.
Yes, the extra is Emerald.
Well, no. He would notice that Karobe's not here, because Karobe was with
Karobe never
us.
made it up to the mountain with us, though.
That's where I made the mistake, is that I'm thinking something else. I was thinking that too. So that's not the case.
Wrong hole.
Wrong cave.
I thought we met them before we went.
No.
No,
Okay.
they were on this side of the mountains.
Okay. Me too. Okay.
Okay. But yeah, they the leader welcomes you. The rest of the tribe seems still a little off put by strangers amongst their midst, but when you reintroduce everyone to yourself and the others that you are on pilgrimage here. And so, what more do you want to do?
Get more rations.
Eat more food.
Well, inform the elder of what it is that we've dealt with. And they may want to try and keep more eyes on the trails going up. Given the size of the group that was up there, they're they may potentially be trying to send more people there. I don't know if they'll awaken anything else now, but
Yes, we've noticed that the mountain has calmed down quite a bit, actually. Something must have really been disturbing it.
a bunch of cultists.
Cultists. That's a rather broad and vague term. What we are could be considered a cult to some.
Well, they
And
were
the
summoning a undead dragon of sorts.
Lagan is going to reach into the bag and pull out the skull, the one-eyed skull, from the bag of holding.
Hmm.
They are trying to bring this back. Not this specifically, but what this represents. The old god of death.
We don't put a whole lot of stock into gods, much of any sort. A dead god, a living god, what does it matter?
What does... Well... This god wants all of us gone. Everything. Above and below. Done. Gone. Regardless of whether you believe. The Raven Queen gives you opportunities. How you live, how you die, how you act. All matter. The other, unless you're one of his, maybe even not then, will you survive.
We are simply stewards of the land. That's really about it.
Right. And as you live, you have a balance and a place in this world. With the old god coming back, there is no balance. There is no place.
I am not sure what I can do with this information. I don't know how I can help.
Just told you.
Keep more eyes on the trails and around that go up
Right.
to the place. That's beyond that. We are doing what we can to snuff this out where we find it.
Right.
These flames will consume the world if we don't.
So even during this harsh weather, that the trails need to be surveyed. How it is that you made it up there and back in one piece is a miracle.
And we did tell you we were the lucky sevens.
I don't. Luck may have had something to do with it. I don't really know.
Oh, the elder would definitely notice that Lagan has very different armor than the last time he spoke with him.
Oh yeah, he's noticed.
But we are trying to make sure that those that have helped us and helped take care of us get the news that is needed and necessary to help. The more eyes that we can keep on something like this in the various places that we've been, the easier it will be to take these people out. They're working towards something very nasty.
I should send a whole group of individuals up and down. It's treacherous. Very treacherous.
It is. I believe in the ceremonial room you may find a new hole as well. It appears that part of whatever they're doing brought back. What was the dragon's name again?
Halvor. Halvor. Yep.
Albert? Brought the decaying remains of what was left of a silver dragon named Halvor crashing through the walls.
Now I know you're speaking, Poppycock. Dragons and resurrecting dragons?
Lagan will reach into the coin pouch that he carries and pulls out one of the dragon's teeth. I did not have this the last time I saw you. I pulled this from what remained of his mouth.
You could have found the remains, but reanimated?
I wouldn't have believed if I didn't see it for myself.
I'm not sure what to make of all of this. But I will keep vigilant, as you have asked, because it's the least we can do, given how whatever was upsetting the mountain seems to have calmed down now. So, that I can thank you for.
Well, we appreciate that, and if you have somebody that can communicate with us if necessary, the way I can communicate with you, in case you do find someone that shouldn't be there trying to get in and, well, start this up again.
Well, I'll certainly have to find someone, because I don't know that I have someone like that on hand. But I will keep in touch however I can.
I will do my best to keep you updated as we go.
Understood. If there's anything that I can do for you all, please, that's the least that I could do. You're more than welcome to stay in camp, to rest, to find warmth. We don't have much, but the land provides us what we need on a day-to-day basis.
Good to have a place to stay for a while just so we can maybe build up our resources again for the rest of the trek down.
We will spare what we can. Like I said, there's not much.
Lagan would go to where they generally prepare the communal meals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of like a basic general storage. A lot of it's preserved in the cold, because cold preserves food very well.
It's not going to do a whole lot, but he will do the create food and water, and make sure they know that any food that is not used within 24 hours will just
Wither
disappear
away.
And decay back.
Yeah,
and decay back into whatever it was that he pulled the source from.
Mm-hmm.
But it should help at least stretch things a bit.
All right. So between casting Create Food and Water, and using the spell slots appropriate to create as much as you need to help supply them and yourself for this period of time. You're still eating somewhat bland food, maybe with a mix of some wild game, something that the tribe has hunted. Several like mountain goats, several other mountainous creatures that maybe Alira's not too familiar with. But they usually go in a hunting party of like several people, so there's probably around 40 to 50 members of this tribe that all kind of seem to, in this harsher weather, seem to live communally at the very least. There's a lot of sort of some of these temporary housings that have central fires and things like that to keep warm. A lot of it is done in a communal sort of way, like sleeping, eating, all of that sort of stuff. Even they kind of have settled around this sort of hot spring. It's not very big, but it does give the opportunity for a warm bath, since you're low enough on the mountain that it's more of a spring than a warm temperature rather than scalding hot. So it does give you the opportunity to get a very sort of warm hot spring bath in if you wanted.
Hot Spring episode 1?
Sorry, what did you say, Mojo?
Lagan will definitely take advantage of that, so I think this is going to be Hot Spring 2.
Yes, indeed. So, what else are you planning to do?
For the number of people, I do need to get a clarification for Create Food and Water.
Yeah.
It's 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water per casting for the roughly 60 individuals that are here. Is that going to be 2 or 3? Cast.
Let me find out.
I believe it's 2. That sounds like it'd be 2. 30
It'd be
people.
2 pounds per person. So
Right.
So I think 2 casts would be enough for each sustain for a day.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. That would be plenty. And you said that anything not eaten will just revert to magic.
It decays and withers away after 24 hours.
Okay.
It doesn't say the same on the water, it just says that on the food. So I'm trying to look to see if the water disappears as well.
I would imagine so. But we'll find a correction on that some other time.
All right.
We don't have to spend a whole lot of time doing that. But
the water, the food is bland but nourishing and spoils if the water is clean and doesn't. So yes, the water just persists.
Water persists. Okay. All right. Well, that answers that question. Anything else y'all are doing? I think, Kaz, you were going to say something.
Yes, we should probably figure out what our next steps are going to be regarding the fact that the Empire is doing absolutely unconscionable experiment. Probably get on maybe telling someone about that. We can't fight an Empire on our own, so maybe we rally some people behind us.
Okay.
Because we really shouldn't just leave that there, you know? That's not a thing we should allow to continue.
How do you propose we do that? I'll help with this. How do you think we do Do we make our own army?
I mean, we could. There are person would rally behind us. I mean, I punched an elder brain to death. There are people who will follow just for that fact alone.
With an audience of little more than just shy of a dozen.
The audience doesn't matter so long as there's someone to corroborate the tale.
Aside from Cypher, and I know you don't know the others that we've met along the way, whom else, and he's looking to Vanya and Kenwin, would we tell of this to gain and garner any hope? Including Alira in this, since he doesn't really know much about Alira and Alira's past, or if they could potentially be offering more to this fight.
I'm simply saying that the scope you're describing is not something that I think anybody here can do unless somebody happens to be of magnificent royalty that has gone unaddressed this entire time.
No, she left early.
So we have no access to such things. We can, because your party holds exorbitant wealth, perhaps hire on our own mercenaries to end up doing so. You may also wish to end up looking at perhaps conscripting another power's army and castle in that regard. Fund it yourself. Perhaps you wish to end up making deals with... I think you get the picture. But the simply boasting about your deeds with hopes that will suddenly rally? I'm not so sure.
Well, much as you have considered those of us from this side myths, there are those up here that consider people of your kind myths, for we've not seen each other in centuries. Unfortunately for us, those who tend to throw in don't necessarily last long, and, well, those who have supported us wind up often more injured than, anything else to be of use in this. There are a few. But without Karobe, I don't know whom else we could depend on in Kombe.
Well, could see if Karthus could pull some strings. But he'd be at least one contact point we have out that way.
We still have the contacts and I don't know what his station is now, but the captain of the guard that we spoke to that was under Lord Kaiji. We do have Karthus and Amaranth.
And
Jalissa.
can I make a suggestion?
By all means.
I think we're missing a step. We have a motive, but we don't have the hows or the whys. If that makes sense. I think what we really need to do right now, more than anything, is research that. Before we consider any other plans.
Beyond the hows and the whys, we know the whats. We need to know the wheres and the whens more than the how or what.
Well, we figure out the how, we can stop the how.
So
The problem is that if we're just gonna go gung ho with a whole entire, attack or army, then without knowing all of the details of information, we might just be attacking innocent people.
No. You misunderstand. I'm saying we should build an army. I'm not saying we should just take them and immediately march. You are right. Reconnaissance is very important. Like, I am not saying I am not saying not to do research and the due diligence that we would require to do such a thing.
Cause Arya is just squinting at you. She's like, you seem really excited about the army idea.
Look, Arya, I am not what one would think of. Okay? I am an intuitive man. I can figure things out. I'm production. I can read people. I tend to be wise to the ways of the world, but a thinker I am not. He gently places his hand on our.
She side-eyes his hand and then looks back at him.
I am a man who punches things. I am a man who punches things very, very hard, as you have seen. This is what I do best.
Fair enough. And then she says, in the Draconic, the ancient Draconic, dragon is what dragon does.
I'd love to see you and Karube go for a couple of rounds. Be interesting to see who's the last one standing.
Yeah, that'd be terrifying because I feel like I'm gonna get crit for days. Out of character, I know how that ends. And the answer to that question is not good. So I think arming ourselves with the necessary weapons and defenses to go up against something like the monolith that is the Empire. Because it is clear that they are doing this. We've seen it. We have evidence. And he gestures to Envril. It is very clear that they are doing something that is clearly unconscionable.
Is it
So now it's a matter.
Oh, as much as I like the idea of trying to build, I think we're on a bit of more of a timetable now with Caleb having disappeared. And,
I mean, that Cypher fellow has him, right?
Yes, Cypher has him.
Okay, that's right. We definitely were. Okay.
Yes, he tried to run away. He tried to teleport down the mountain, and then I proceeded to fly down the mountain and kick him into the floor before dragging him back up the mountain.
I wish I could have seen that.
Well, that's one less stone, because other than the fact that he's gone, I doubt Miss LaVista or any of her people in the Empire will know who did it, but that they've been removed from the board like Lord Kaiji, I think is going to be a bit suspicious. So...
Wait, let me understand this correctly. You think Madame LaVista isn't aware of what I am?
No, that is not what I said.
Oh,
Other than the fact that you and your friend and whomever he was with have disappeared.
right. Yeah, she's. Well,
So they're not going to know who it was that was responsible for it, unlike the incident in Home Bay.
thank you for clarifying.
You're very welcome, Imber.
I will be the first to
Go
tell
over
you.
here.
I will be the first to tell you you do not want to go up against the Empire for any reason. Because powerful as I might be, powerful as Caleb might be, the entire reason the Empire is as powerful as it is because they have friends all across the world.
I don't doubt it. Which is why I made the suggestion. What do you do when someone is on many friends? Arm yourself with friends.
I think that's the point that that Ario is trying to make, is that what friends do you have right now?
Well, I was stuck in a refrigeration unit. Gah. I couldn't even tell you how long.
So you might not even have friends alive with your people.
We live long enough that I would still, but it would be an effort to find them. If they are indeed still around and haven't decided to long meditation or something.
Where are you from, exactly?
Oh wow, I'm trying to remember the name of it.
I don't think that's been discussed. And that would be...
No, we did discuss it. That's the
No,
thing.
that's Emerald in character saying that.
Oh, Emerald, yeah. But no, we discussed it.
Yes, we have. I don't remember what that... I don't remember what that country's called, but it's another empire.
Yes, it is another empire.
I am a terrible DM for not knowing my world.
You mentioned the world.
No, that's not the right one. No, maybe.
Because it was somewhere in the southwest.
No. It's in the northwest of the map.
Right.
It is the continent is called Rebirth, and I'm trying to remember the name of the empire. But yes, most Dragonborn are from Kandor and Rebirth, and both have been at odds for quite some time. Even with the large amount of sea between the two.
Yeah, I haven't never been to Kandor, and I don't think we want to go back anywhere near close to Mezamaska right now. I feel like that's just it's just a pit. It's just a pit filled of hell that we don't want to deal with.
At least that's what Kaz believes about Kandor.
Yeah. Well, also Mezamaska itself, given the stories of the Leviathan and the fallen star and all of that.
Yeah,
Is
that whole
red.
region is just
Bad juju. It's
Bad
very
juju.
bad juju.
The Stormwind Empire. That's who they are.
Stormwind Empire, yes.
Stormwind. Have I ever heard of this empire?
It's a well, it's a neighboring continent, so quite possibly. Give me a history check.
19?
Yeah, you've heard of them. You've heard the stories that the Dragonborn are the kind of ruling class of the Stormwind Empire. They're the ones who are in the governmental control. The Empire, that the Stormwind Empire has been known to be very competitive and very sleazy at the same time, and so they're not well regarded, but they kind of revel in it.
Well, I'm assuming the Ambani hasn't business with them.
And Ambani tends to steer very clear.
Right.
As at least the Dragonborn of the Stormwind Empire, at least the rulers anyway, seem to have a very, very I think very highly of themselves in both prowess and intellect, and definitely revere their dragonness versus their humanoidness.
Okay.
That is a cause us trying to think clear that someone, if looking in it, would be able to see the turning. The thing is, we can't sit back and do nothing. We don't want more Calebs.
No.
And Imbrel, I know, he was part of your unit and all that, but the best way to describe how he had become, to not put too fine a point on it, is completely just an acrobatic pirouette straight off the handle and into the bend of his hand.
Right. Fully aware of that.
And I think you would agree that we can't keep having that happen to more young men who volunteer themselves for what they believe is the right thing. Simply put, it is patriotism being weaponized and twisted.
We haven't many options.
Right. So you'd
Never have many options.
want to hamstring the Empire for the sake of whom?
The rest of the world?
Yes, not only for the rest of the world, but for its own citizen.
The Empire is at peace with the rest of the world. I don't
Yes, but
like what you're
wielding
insinuating.
I'm not insinuating what I'm insinuating that arming themselves with such a power is not worth the price that people pay to get it. I said it up there as well. For what profit is it to a man who gains the world and in so doing loses his very soul? There's no point in representing your country if you're not even cognizant enough to remember that you're doing it.
I have no doubts in my mind that Caleb believes he is doing everything that he can for the betterment of the Empire. I have no doubt about that.
Exactly. But is he in a state to remember anything of that? With what he said, what he's written?
This
You know
coming,
the answer to that question.
this coming from a man who's been asleep for, 100 years?
Maybe, but the world doesn't change quite that. Even with everything that happened over the mountains, and he's kind of looking at the sun that way. Even with all the things that have happened across distant seas that have reshaped the fabric of the world as we know it, people don't change. Not quite that much. The nature of people remains the same.
Right.
There's no point in having pride if it drives you to grow. Because what are you then? What is your pride then if you're a dead man?
Guess that means you don't have family you fight for either.
I did. Once. And they died. They believed it. And for each other.
How ironic. Maybe
It's
you're
not
just
what
like
I'd
your
call-
ancestors of old and cowards.
No. Because a coward would be content to let things lie. Don't poke the sleeping bear. Were. I'm not going to allow people to be twisted by this, not any more than they're not if I can. Besides, with the sort of things that Cypher posited, and this is entertaining a hypothesis, but given the Empire's rejection of religion, what happens if they decide to bring that weapon? Then do you think the Empire's got someone strong enough to kill that thing? You think there's going to be no collateral damage if something like that were to occur?
I don't know. For a man who doesn't do a lot of thinking, Certainly doing a lot of it now.
Because there is no deduction. This is simply intuiting what people will do, how people will react, based on the information that we have. And what the likelihood is of certain things past.
Well, I've had enough of a bath. I'm going to go and get dressed. And Imbrel gets up and from the hot spring and goes to the sort of the sort of on-site shack to go and get his clothes put back on.
Carl simply leans back and looks up at the whatever's above him, whether it be a roof or a sky or whatever. If a nation was at peace with the world, why would they feel the need to arm themselves with arcane power?
Arcane aberrant power.
If I were to put my mind to it, I would say it's because of the fact that they found themselves at a disadvantage because they eschewed religion. Faith fuels many things. You, as a man of the cloth, Lagan, well, you would know that better than anyone.
There is a
For a nation to abandon such a thing means they leave themselves without too many other options. What is there to do but to try and fill the gap? And what is there to fill the gap but something unthinkable? For something to replicate the power of something as primal as the will of belief. Whatever would need to be in its place would need to be something equally as powerful, but completely unconscious.
I know the soldiers they are creating are from the remains of disasters from centuries ago. Those who would know. Mostly gone by now. There may be a few still left, but I do not like the idea of hiring mercenaries. They're only as loyal as the coin lasts. And as we are a small group of adventurers, nowhere to... Well, we may have homes, but nowhere to truly call a home ourselves yet. People that we may have garnered friendships with, well, everywhere we've gone, we've left a bit of reclamation to be made. We didn't entirely, the story convey as we left, but there's a good portion of their infrastructure and leadership that has to start all over.
And Lagan, as you say, this cast to something that seems to go off in Carl's mind. Look on. What do you do when the forces of life do not provide you with something you feel you?
Can you repeat that? That was a bit garbled.
Sorry. What do you do when life doesn't provide you with something you feel you need?
You find it yourself. Or you make it.
yourself.
You find it for yourself or you make it for yourself.
And you're right in that we, as an don't really have a place to call home. If we want the idea of people having faith in us and what it is we do, then we need that we're worthy of that trust. Which comes back into the entire thing we were speaking of earlier with the concept of building an army. Again, not something done in a day. I'm expecting rally hundreds of thousands of people to a cause immediately, and we go, right, now we're going to go to open war.
Outside of Father Valentine and what was the other ruler? Not Combay, but the other place where Father Valentine was from. One whom I told Father Masterson was dead.
Right. That was the.
Out near the zero. We're on the way to the zero.
Shusuke Hiro.
Just Lord Hero. I can't say that we've left many people standing.
Exactly. So how do we fix that? Well, we show people that we're a dependable force, and how can we do that if we don't have a place for them found? Or at least a place where people can relay. If life doesn't provide a home, build one itself.
Where would you propose to do so?
Well, we have a country nearby that's trying to rebuild, do we not? I'm not saying usurp the control. But if we avail ourselves, we help refurbish, make our home there. I mean, I remember the old adventuring guilds of old. I spotted one.
You know? There is a place that is abandoned, not far from here. Would you say it was a month by carriage to go from the Garnet Keep to Bloodstone Pass?
Yeah, thereabouts.
There is a perfect place in the mountains that has been abandoned.
And we do
Should we
have all
so
of that
choose?
gold burning a hole in our pocket. Not like we're gonna be. Who of us is going to be able to spend 3,000 platinum pieces?
That depends on the day. But it is possible. There would be some work required, but not just a point.
Oh, money. But it is probably high. It is probably high time that if we want to make a real difference, then we need to have a place where to find us.
And we do
Not to
need to kind of
mention,
get.
if we're fighting, I mean, with the entire thing with the cultists, right? If we're combating that force, we need a place that we coordinate such things. They're a coordinated force, and we will need to be as well if to have any hope of removing them from the map.
You know, I'm maybe from there. We could build it. But my home, as you would call it, is ever moving. Rarely ever in the same place. 2-3 days. With the money we have, we could afford a ship. Our own ship.
We'd need something a little bit more mobile than a ship to go by sea.
Did I specify it was to be seabound? I'm talking about the skyships that we used to get out there the first time from Kombe. Seem to be, well, just as prone to natural disasters and predators as those at sea, but much more maneuverable and quite a bit faster.
You have heard of skyships before.
Mm-hmm.
A sky ship.
I've spent a couple weeks on one. I know a bit about them, not as much as a sea-going vessel, but I'm sure there's not a whole lot more to learn.
Well, they are few and far between, but there are some that are on regular routes around the world. So it's just a matter of finding one for sale, which we can come back to and deliberate more about here in just a few minutes. But we're going to take a quick break because that makes it definitely a very good point for us to do so. So we'll be right back, everybody, and we'll likely be deliberating more. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. The Lucky Sevens found themselves in the company of the Children of Fire once more. And in a bit of a relaxing sort of hot spring sort of a time, began to wax philosophical about the Grioran Empire and possibly the sort of soldiers that they seem to be making now. The ones with the aberrant powers. Ones that seem to have concerned Cypher and obviously are concerning Kaz at this moment. And so, you can continue to converse about that here at this moment, or you can head to sleep, as Imbrel has excused himself from the collective sort of bombardment, it seems, on his duty towards his country. So, Lucky Sevens, what do you do?
Is there a bookstore in the Druidic camp or like a library?
No, nothing like that. It is just a camp of people. There's not really any kind of buildings per se. There's the only things that are really here are the temporary shelters that they put up for the more sort of permanentness that winter brings for them. But otherwise, they're they don't really put a whole lot of stock into keeping books around for the most part.
And that's the best thing to do then. Find like a priest of their version of Druidicism and, ask him to like teach me about it and what's the difference between theirs and mine.
Okay. Between yourself and this sort of priest or shaman, he seems to put a lot of emphasis on the mountain itself, the Obsidian Peak, and the surrounding mountains around it. That this is where they are meant to be. They are the closest to the fires of renewal that they could possibly be, without actually being like at the volcano right now, at the vents and things like that. It's why they traverse to the vents, because it is a ceremony of renewing oneself and coming of age, that they shed their childhood and are reborn into adulthood. That a lot of the practices and rituals that they do are revolving around a fire of some sort, or kind of revolve around trips to the volcano, and definitely have a very sort of rebirth, if for lack of a better word, sort of an ideal system, that everything has an end, but that doesn't mean it's the end. It just means a change has happened. They don't seem to really, fear death. Obviously, there's, the instinct of everyone to survive as long as possible, but they take solace in knowing that if they were to die, that the land would then revitalize them some other way, as decomposition turns into soil, which turns into plant life, which turns into feeding animals, and so on and so forth. They definitely prize that as their primary philosophy without really giving it much of a religious sort of a feel. It's very much like it's not that they revere any one god per se, but the land and the mountains in specific are places of importance because they encompass everything that they do believe. While your tribe might have a more sort of religious sort of reverence to the land.
Excellent, thank you.
And there's I'm sure a lot of talking back and forth about the differences and the learning and the point of your pilgrimage being to learn about these other ways that things go about. That you are probably the first in quite some time to actually visit them on some kind of pilgrimage. That from the continent to the south of them, and so they're very happy to welcome you in. Might find you to be a little bit odd because a lot of them are Goliath and human, with a smattering of elves, maybe a dwarf here and there, but most of them are very mountainous, very sturdy, sort of very tall people like Lagan. Very stocky, very gruff. You get the distinct sense that where Lagan gets a lot of his stubbornness is probably present in a lot of his people. And the fact that you are so small amongst your comrades is a little bit entertaining to them as well. Some of them just kind of walk by and just kind of clasp you on the hand and call you in Druidic, just some kind of like small man.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of teasing you a little bit.
Yeah, for sure, and this is your world, but I'm going to say that I'll end up shorter than either humans or elves on average.
They'd probably get a pretty good giggle out of it. Well, yeah, that's what you learn about how they do things a little differently than you do. Anyone else doing anything of interest?
I actually am interested. They call themselves the Children of Fire. Would they be, I guess, open to teaching me some more about their usage of fire and their practices?
They definitely are willing to share. Are you wanting to learn anything specific?
Well, I mean, elementally, fire tends to be one of the things I'm proficient with. Of course, I can transmute any sort of magic that I wield into a different element, but I guess the specific thing is understanding and controlling fire as they do. Why is it that with this concept of decay, how does fire fit into that, and what? I guess what? Why is it that it's, is it just because of the volcano, or, just the magic? Like, what's the key here?
The whole kind of fire being a source of rebirth stems from a story that one of the elders kind of conveys to you. It is the story of the guardian phoenix. where there was a clash between the phoenix and another great beast of the air, and that upon the phoenix's defeat, it was turned to ash. But from that ash, it was then reborn into itself, more powerful than it had been before, and was able to quell the beast.
I'm listening with absolute intent. The thing about the phoenix, just like, that's actually really fascinating. Out of curiosity, based on my understanding of time, does this seem like, at this point I'm just taking all mythology as fact, like some possibility of fact by incident. The idea of a phoenix, of some great creature, is that, do I think that could have been before or after my time? You know, way back in the ancient dragon era.
A great being made of fire kind of gives you like Titan creature vibes, like the kinds that would encompass creatures like Dradith, the massive creature that is supposedly buried under all of the earth, which is before dragon times, if they existed at all.
Before the Draconian Age. Interesting. I wonder... Did the phoenix have a name? Or was it just Phoenix?
The Elder would say I would have never thought of that. It is simply the Phoenix.
Oh. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing your story. We've just been encountering in our ventures a lot of very, well, what it feels like should be myths and legends and lore, and instead it turns out to have, you know, mythological things seem to be happening around us. So I don't know if that's lucky or unlucky. But with that being said, such rare phenomenon, I'm trying to understand what mythology does exist in the world and why it exists, what tales it comes from.
Well, the reason why we pass on stories is to pass on the lessons learned. That even though trials may be rough, maybe even bring us to our end, that perhaps there will be a rebirth of some kind to continue. Whether that's as part of the earth, whether that's part of the rocks, whether that's part of the trees and the grass. Everything has a cycle. Everything must come to an end. But that doesn't mean it is the end.
Arya kind of flicks her eyes to the slightly glowing tattoos and, well, not necessarily tattoos, just markings. She typically hides them since she's been brought back, but she has a lot of familiarity with that feeling, that subject. A sense of knowing. And so she thanks the elder. I appreciate it.
You're
Stories
hoping you
are-
don't squander your second chance.
I certainly hope not either. I've been enjoying it, honestly. This world is interesting. There used to be a time, I think, I used to think that the world was very black and white. Everything would be decided that could be. And in truth, I hated it. I hated feeling like there was no change that made sense, no differences that could be found or understood.
And now things are 1,000 shades of gray.
I think Zubuwao, this world, has already gone through a rebirth, and I love what she's become. And I love everything that I get to see on it. Even if I don't always agree with it. Even if sometimes it frightens me. It really is an adventure.
All of life is.
Certainly. Speaking of stories, I think the most common type of story is best made in song. If I might, could I perchance learn of some music of your people?
We have music frequently.
I would like to learn a song or two, maybe a dance.
You will get plenty of that here.
Fantastic. And I shall prepare however I need to. And Arya will make do, start attuning her equipment, like her instruments, and making sure everything is well working and well polished in that order. And she is going to spend a little bit of time learning some of the songs and tunes of the Children of Fire.
A lot of the songs are about renewal, about rebirth, about restoration, about persevering, the importance of one's will.
Dope.
Lagan would join Arya in that.
Okay.
Yeah, at some point Vanya would too.
Yep. We've got some of our musically inclined characters always free to and would be welcome to participate in what some of their instruments are homemade, drums and stringed instruments and flutes and of all kinds. The addition of a guitar and Lagan's. I think Lagan, you had a flute, right?
Pan flute.
Pan flute. Okay. And Ario, what was your instrument again?
I believe it was a hand harp.
Hand harp. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
All of that kind of collectively sounding very, very beautiful together.
and then I'm the odd one out.
Yes, a lot of the lyrics are in Jotun, so.
You're over here like Mongolian throat singing.
We already decided his a Gem Dragon Ball quote unquote singing sounds like
Didgeridoo.
it sounds alien to this world, but for us it's all basically electronic.
It would sound very odd for the
Yeah.
for this.
Luckily,
tribe
Carl also
in-
knows how to more traditionally throat sing in Jotun. He can do that.
Yep. Yeah, the lyrics of the songs are in Jotun, but they're happy to translate the lyrics, and because that's the primary language of the giant kin in this particular region. And so, there you have it. You have participated in a sort of tribal drum circle, if you will. And so, yeah, they're happy to have the extra instruments and teach you the words and things like that. Some of it can sound very motivational, so whether you incorporate that into your daily routines to pep yourself up, well, you will have to find out.
For those confused still about how fire can be rejuvenating, Lagan would specifically point out to the bristlecone pine, the pine trees that grow around here.
Mm-hmm.
Their cycle of life does not restart until there is a fire.
Mm-hmm.
They will not seed out unless it has had the opportunity to see a fire. And there are various other wildflowers that grow around that will not seed out unless there's been a fire.
Very important regional things. So, the fact that they're on the side of a volcano means that these trees could potentially live for hundreds of years before seeing a fire. So, there you are. What do you do next? Anything Alira or Vanya or Kaz you're going to be doing specifically?
I think Vanya would hunt down the drink and then go hunt down her brother.
Oh, okay.
Check in on him.
So you want to check in with Emerald? Okay.
She saw how he reacted during that whole conversation in the hot spring.
Mm-hmm.
So
it might be a day or two later, but yeah.
yeah, that's their home.
Mm-hmm.
Kaz is quite deep in thought. He has been since that discussion in the hot springs.
The man who proclaims not to be a thinker is deep in thought.
Well, the thing is that it's not thinking in the regular sense. It's more like
he's not an academic, but
yeah,
he's philosophical.
That's what he means. Yeah, he's philosophical. He's thinking in a moment of self-reflection.
Okay.
And of rumination on been said over the couple of days.
Okay.
Trying to understand where the others are coming, because he tries his best not to come off as intolerant.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
What about Alira? What's Alira up to over the next couple days?
Alira has probably ended up spending a large portion of it. Is, as I understand it, we're really traveling around. We're really trying to end up, dealing with this cult of fire, and the idea of a rebirth, this large vision that seems to have struck the entire party. I imagine that she's mostly just trying to end up wrapping her head around it. Asking awkward questions, lurking around villages, probably pretending to end up being a spider, hanging around anywhere from kitchens to here, near markets to these tumbled wenches that mark the exact place a drunken harlot has stumbled across, thus seeding the landscape with a village.
Well, to be fair, you're still with the Children of Fire nomad tribe. You're not in an actual town at the moment. But I definitely can understand the sentiment. You're trying to kind of figure out what they're all about.
Because understand, like she's been above ground for what, 3 days? Like
Probably all of a week, probably.
Yeah, like there's still a lot.
No, no,
to
no.
wind up
Going up the mountain would have taken a couple of weeks anyway. So it's
but
it's been
that's
closer
more
to
just traveling. It's not a place of where culturally she's
right.
wrangled in, right? Like be out in the woods. Like, okay, I understand this infinite sky thing, but that's about as far as it goes.
Right. As far as interacting with other people that above ground, yeah, she's been to Red Hawk Keep and to this tribe now twice, and so that's really or not Red Hawk Keep, Garnet Keep.
I think the big thing is that our little, well, the individual we managed to pick up from the volcano is one that I keep an eye on.
Ember?
I believe Ember was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically because there's a portion of her that understands, or at least likes to think so. She herself has basically taken on a form of banishment from the Drow Queen, allowing her to end up coming to the surface, but keeping her away from her people. A complication that she doesn't want to get into too much. Suffice it to say that she understands the notion. And in doing so, she's kind of observing. What is he actually doing? What is his moments like? Because where would she go? She is with the Lucky Sevens, and the Lucky Sevens guide where her feet fall. At least for the time being.
You do see him from time to time, helping out around the camp. But there are some moments where he's on his own, where he's maybe conjured up his sword and he's begun to polish it meticulously and sharpen it. Other moments where he's kind of just in contemplation sometimes. Like he's been thinking about what Kaz has been saying, but maybe it's gotten him to start questioning. He's not exactly hiding his feelings from anyone in particular. He's a really easy person to read. When he's with Vanya, he seems to be having the time of his life. It's obvious he adores his sister. But when he's alone, those are maybe the moments where he's got his guard down the most.
It's a sentiment she understands all too well. Perhaps when she ends up eventually end up making a moment to make her presence known, it's fairly easy to hide, especially with, well, I think you get the idea. But when she makes herself known, she sits at him and offers him a small bit of her own rations, as we're having to cut those down for a bit due to travel and what have you. Just a small gesture with no real attempt to end up trying to make a connection, trying not to force anything. Perhaps fearful of doing so, not being fully aware of the customs that he may be familiar with.
You're a Lyra, right? He says in Elvish.
Yes. Thought you might be hungry.
It's appreciated. I don't know that I've ever seen someone like you before. You're different, but you're still an elf?
I'm from the south. The deep south.
Deep south.
Very deep south.
And it clicks to him that that's a joke. He's maybe a little slower on the catch than maybe his sister is. I think I get it.
To be fair, you all look sickly to me.
Well, to odd things, he gives you a bit of a cheers of his water skin.
So where do you plan to go from here? I imagine between you and your sister and the circumstances of your reunion must have made things a little awkward, to say the least.
A little bit. Things have... I mean, Vanya's a good kid. She's smart, she's pretty.
She's a child.
Well, no, she's...
And why'd you refer to her as one?
Well, because she's my little sister.
So for you, there's no distinction, regardless of age or rite of passage.
She'll always be my baby sister.
If I were to end up saying that of my sister, she would have eaten me. It's considered in poor mannerisms to refer to someone by their child name. When it became of her name day, for me to end up using it otherwise would bring her great dishonor, and so she would eat me.
I'm glad she didn't. I'm glad you never made that mistake.
I had a very good tutor.
Glad to hear.
But you do so with such whimsy.
Yeah, it's always been...
Are you not afraid of her eating you?
Where we come from, that would be considered taboo. To eat another person is highly looked down upon.
Well, to some degree, I'd imagine it's very much the same for us. Just there are other points in mind, shall I say? That being said, I don't think you quite answered my question.
Well,
where do you plan to go from here?
I hadn't really had a chance to answer. That and delaying the answering of the question didn't give me more time to actually think about an answer. I guess
you're a creature of whimsy.
Well, it's kind of in my nature. But where I
curious phrase.
Where I go from here is anyone's guess, even mine. Not sure what I'll do next. I can't exactly go back home at the moment.
Why not, exactly?
Because I abandoned my charge.
And this abandonment has She legitimately just looks at him like she doesn't understand. Whether she does or not is a different story. She's just trying to, or maybe she's baiting something.
Well,
Oh,
when I'm
God.
tasked with the protection of the second in command to your entire country, and you disappear on them one night because something else came up of more importance to yourself, you can't exactly go back, can you?
Seems to me that you're simply running.
Maybe.
You can't spin your own web if you're always running.
No, I suppose not. I guess I'm not really looking to set down a web, per se.
But that's in your nature, isn't it?
I want to go back home.
And yet you fear reprisal for abandoning your charge.
If she's not going to have my head, then it's possibly the Emperor will.
Perhaps.
I'm a soldier. I was stationed a post. And I
You
abandoned my
were
post.
a soldier. You abandoned your post. So I guess then the question is what are you really?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor, it's all the same to me. What's the value of your word?
I try to stay true to it.
So why
Try.
did you leave your post?
Because Caleb needed me.
And Caleb was more important than your second in command.
To me? Yes. Madame LaVista is an important person in the grand scheme of things, yes. She's very important.
So why was Caleb more important?
Well, when you've served in the military together, you're like family.
I think I've already explained that my sister would have eaten me if I used her childhood name, so perhaps I'm misunderstanding a context here.
For me, at least, family is the reason I do anything that I do. I want to protect them.
But abandoning your charge put them at risk as well.
Put me at risk, not them.
She goes out and looks at perhaps a strand, one of those long strands of spider webs that, you know, and how they tend to end up making them, and occasionally it's that one long strand that serves at the base.
Kind of an anchor, yeah.
Yeah, she looks at it, rakes her finger across it, not enough to snap it, but enough to make it wiggle. And when she does, though, she looks at it and watches it and points to it. All connected. All connected. You abandon your post. Your second in command at threat. Now, not sure who to trust. Who was responsible for their protection suddenly gone. A loss of an anchor. She pulls the wire again. And, as such, can't do her job. So, another anchor falls. She breaks the web piece by piece. So, everything falls to pieces. a soldier, family. It's all connected. You to your people, to your family, me to mine. You made your choice. To
Yep.
run from it afterwards doesn't do you or your family any good. How can they be family if you're always having to run? When they need you most, will you ever return? Or will you just say you will? I know these questions. I know these questions well.
Because you've asked yourself the same thing.
She looks at her staff and looks at the severed head that's rotting on it.
And he kind of follows her eyes towards it.
I have to ask, did I make the right decision? Am I the right one here? Am I the right web? She casts Druidcraft, and the webs that she's been dismantling realigns and replaces itself. Starts with knowing you broke.
Now I've got to fix it.
Of.
Sorry, what was that?
What are you really afraid of?
That I'm gonna be like him.
Him.
Caleb. That I'm gonna end up like him. Because he and I volunteered for the project together. And I've already hurt my sister once. I can't make that mistake again. And every time I look at Kaz, there's an anger inside of me that wants to burst out of my chest and rip him to pieces for just being a dragonborn.
His kind burned the skies. I don't think that is a wrath you wish to court.
No. I lashed out at Vanya because she was courting with Rune, who isn't a dragon, or wasn't a dragon, but felt like one. And I can't explain that. And I'm terrified. But I can't tell her that I'm terrified. Because I've got to be the good soldier.
Good soldier. Being scared is natural. Never confused bravery with stupidity. Knowing a fear does not make you a coward. Choosing to run does.
Yeah, I know.
So you're right. You won't be like him. You won't be like Caleb. But not for the reasons that you want. She stands and drops the rest of her ration beside him.
Just
Eat
don't
well.
say. Just don't say anything to Vanya, all right?
Not my place to say. But if you won't, then at the very least I know that Caleb was better. Say what you will about a fool. He didn't run from family while swearing that they mattered. Didn't abandon country when they hold family. The only thing that matters to you is you. Caleb was at least honest. You can't even tell the truth to yourself. Starts to walk away.
After a few moments, he is still sitting there. Vanya, you do see that Ambril has taken to... Looks like he's sulking a little bit. While he's eating on a piece of ration.
Looks like something's been troubling you.
You need to stop sneaking up on people.
You're the one who taught me. Oh, first.
Yeah,
And she's gonna hold out the drink to him.
and he'll take a swig of it.
As he does, she's gonna just kind of plop down next to him.
How's your night going, little sis?
Confusing, to say the least. All this talk about taking on the Empire.
Taking on the Empire. What do you say to someone who says something like that?
I don't know. Wish I did. I don't even know what to think of at this point. Is the Empire really actively part of this, or are they just dabbling in shit they don't know anything about? All I know is what we've been taking on. This old god, his followers. And then the fact that we found Caleb, a soldier just like you up there in that cave. That reanimated dragon.
I honestly don't know what to think.
terrifying concept.
Well, the terrifying concept is... It's just... I don't think they get it, Vanya.
Oh, I think they do.
I just...
It's...
I just want to punch him in the face. Can I punch that purple son of a bitch in the face?
You can certainly try. I'm not going to guarantee it's going to land. I've seen how fast he is.
He's wily.
I mean, he caught Caleb when Caleb tried to escape. And he was doing whatever magic bullshit it was that, I guess, teleport him away? I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know what that was. It's not anything that I can do.
I've never even seen him. We've taken on so many cultists. We've taken on Kaiji. We took on a Sphinx out in the fucking desert.
A
None of them.
Sphinx? What the hell is a Sphinx?
She's going to roughly describe it as she remembers it.
So similar in concept, I guess, to a griffin?
Yes and no.
Just bigger
And meaner.
and human face.
And willing to kill everyone in that temple. Damn near got away with it too.
I'm glad he didn't. I'm just sorry I wasn't there.
I'm glad you weren't. That was... I think back to Caleb again and I just... What would that fight have done to you? In that case. I know you're not him, but I can't help thinking back to that and thinking back to being in Kombe. Standing against you.
Probably
start
my
thinking
biggest
about how
regret in
many-
my life.
Sit and think about how many more the Empire undergone this experiment. How many more Calebs are going to be out there in the world?
I don't even know at this point. Could have recruited more since I left.
I have no doubt they have.
I mean, I was charged with looking after Madame La Vista while she was conducting business.
And yet you left her side.
I'm not proud of it, if that's what you're thinking.
Wasn't what I was thinking at all. You did what you felt you had to do. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but if it ends up hurting the people that I intend to actually help with it,
You knew Caleb was losing it. On some degree, I reckon. How many people would he have hurt had you not? He was down there with them. Oh, in there.
He was shipped out to Red Hawk Keep before Madame La Vista and I set sail for the country. He was intended to be a spy. He was intended to get close to King Rojas. Just to get intel.
Is our empire really at peace with the world then?
The only way that they are is by keeping tabs on everyone. And knowing just what strings to pull to keep everyone in line. Because Madame La Vista, Emperor Lythel, and the rest of the council could pull all of their international trade out. And other countries would crumble. They rely on us economically, Vanya.
Just makes me wonder if they do that just to start saying that. I'm not saying they would, but I can't lie that the thought isn't there. Maybe I've been gone from home too long.
Maybe I have too.
I don't even know if home would feel like home right now. It's another problem.
Going home to Colcaster is basically a beheading for me.
Yeah. So stay with us.
And get underfoot?
Wouldn't say it's underfoot.
The fact that I
If it
have
was
been...
underfoot, I'd be underfoot.
Look, I get it. I completely understand this whole communal sort of sleeping thing, that arrangement that we've got going on right now, because everybody needs to keep warm. I know it's getting between you and Arya.
We have our ways.
Ew. Ew.
Look, you're the one who brought it up,
Vanya.
not me.
Vanya. Look. I don't like what that implies.
Good. Maybe you won't bring it up again.
I was just saying I don't want to get in the way anymore.
But I think Lagan and Kaz might have a plan. I've been floating around here too much to really have too much of an understanding, but I think they might have something figured out for the better. Something where you might be able to help.
Well, eventually I'll have to face the music.
Yeah. Maybe. But if this can help buy time to prepare yourself for whatever that means. It might ease my nerves a little bit.
You worried about me? I'm Big Brother, remember? I'm the one who's going to be protecting you all of your life.
It doesn't mean I can't be terrified of what might happen to you.
You notice he gets a little somber at that, too. You and me both.
Gives you something to think about. Might give you a place to stay for a while.
Yeah, maybe. That's something your friend Alira told me.
Alira?
She's insightful. Is that doing what I feel is right, it doesn't make me a coward. Running away from the consequences does.
So what do you feel is right?
I know I'm gonna have to own up to it at some point. And maybe the sooner I go home, the better. Sooner I apologize to Madame LaVista. Sooner I tell them that Caleb is no longer a problem. They deserve to know.
They do.
And I don't think sending, I think it's called, spell, is gonna be enough.
Well, you could always write them a letter, send it that way.
I know you're scared. You're scared of what might happen to me if I go home. I am too.
Scared of what might happen to you, even if that thing and all.
That's the thing. They did say that eventually it would lead us to our graves. You know, faster on your feet means also the potential at an earlier death.
Yeah. I'm aware of that
No.
one, not too much.
Speeding up whatever time you have left. Or whatever it does.
Oh. You have your choices. I wouldn't be too hasty to make a decision just yet.
He kind of wraps his arm around you and gives you a kiss on your forehead.
She's just going to lean against him a little bit.
You know I love you, right, V?
I love you too, big bro.
I'm not making my decision tonight, so try not to worry about it, okay?
Me? Worry? Never.
Always. You were always the worry wart, we know that. Whether you actually
well.
admit it or not, that's another question.
Well, I just admitted tonight, so I think I'm learning.
Well,
Ish.
maybe. Is this growth I see in my baby sister?
For that, he's going to get a smack on the arm.
I'll find someplace else to sleep tonight so that you and Arya can have some time to yourselves. I'll get out of your hair.
Take Zephyr with you. He likes his nighttime walks. Maybe you can find a stick for him.
Yeah, I think that'd be nice.
With
He
that,
gets
she's
up.
going to finish her drink and get up.
Yep, he gets up. He goes to find Zephyr to kind of lead him a little to the edge of the camp. It's starting to get dark at this point. And see if he can't find a good stick to play a little bit of fetch with this big dog.
I can imagine a couple occasions Zephyr's just going to knock him over the snow.
Oh yeah, and they have like the same kind of wrestles that they had when Zephyr was a puppy, and before Emerald had to go off to the military base in another city to enlist.
And Vanya is going to go steal Arya away for the night.
All right. All right. Well, you have your rest, and you are able to do the little bit of things that you've been wanting to do over the next couple of days, and can safely, from your estimations, make your way to Garnet Keep without any issue from food or water. You might still have a little bit of trouble with the snow, but given that you have your sled dogs, you're pretty confident that it's going to be a nice travel, and getting a little warmer as the further down the mountain you go. If only by a little. Maybe it's enough to make some of you excited for a slightly warmer weather. If only just slightly. So, what do you do next? Is it travel? Do you want to have a walk and talk conversation? What are we doing?
We would perhaps travel to the next druid group, unless anyone else has a better idea.
I've got some armor I need to sail.
Which has a resistance to lightning damage, or was it thunder?
Thunder.
Are in town? I want to hit up some shit.
Sorry, everybody was talking at once. I wasn't sure what was coming through. What was it? Can win.
Oh yeah, are we in town? Because I want to hit a couple shops.
Well, we haven't decided whether you have left just yet or not, so...
Yeah, that's what we're deciding now, and I would make this... sell things, stuff that... Yeah, heading in the direction of maybe the next... whilst discuss what might happen in terms of a home base, and stop by a town as well, to do some selling and resupplying and things, because we probably need to do that too, like we need to go pick up our animals stuff. That's probably what we should do.
There's a lot of that going on.
Perhaps we can buy some land and just build like a keep on.
Well, that's the idea, but we're also far too mobile
We
generation.
But with flying machine, you know,
we already
mobility is a lot quicker.
know of a place where we could potentially start building. We've all been, except for Alera and Kaz.
Yep, we've discussed that a little bit off screen. That that the Bloodstone Ridge, the is the closest sort of town to the village where Lagon originally hails from, and the village where Lagon originally hails from would be a decent spot to set up a new sort of permanent sort of keep for the Lucky Sevens. Now, since they do a lot of travel, and we have done so far a lot of travel, and will probably continue to do a lot of travel with this group. The thought being that the next bit of travel to do would be in the pursuit of knowledge about getting reconnaissance for the kinds of threats that they're facing, like the Greedo Empire and their super soldiers, as well as the dead god that seems to be reviving into the world to some degree. And on top of that, Kinwin needs to visit the Children of Air and the Children of Water at some point in his travels. And so there is a lot to do, and not a lot of direction on where to go just yet. But having a solid sort of pilgrimage goal from Kinwin kind of points you in a given direction, at least a little bit. So
Where?
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask where. I think we should get a ship, but like not a sailing ship, a sky ship.
I think definitely skyship first. That'll get us in many places we need to very quickly.
Yes. Very quickly is a little questionable. It still works on the.
Quicker than walking and getting regular ship.
Yeah, of course. You're not going to traverse the whole entirety of the world in less than a day. but it would be quicker than walking across land.
So
what about 80 days?
Who knows?
So
Who knows?
Do you know where your next sister tribe would reside?
I believe that I do have the knowledge of where their general bases are.
Yeah, let me pull up the map once more. So,
although the other ones know me like mine, so we might show up and no one would be there if that's the case.
The Children of Air would be another mountain tribe that you would know about, and their base of operations would be in the country of Holton, I believe. They would kind of be nestled in the valley, kind of near El Arzua, which is on the north end of the continent. And then the Children of Water would be kind of they'd be on an island somewhere in the midst of the ocean, but where exactly you're not entirely sure, because the vast sort of expanse of the Darkchester Ocean, nobody tends to sail in that direction because of the monstrosities that tend to lurk in the depths, given that it is the the estimation is that the ocean goes so deep that it cuts through the center of the Earth. That's the sort of myth that that kind of survives, that kind of surrounds the Darkchester Ocean, as well as the expanse on the other side of the world. And so, the ocean cutting the world in half kind of would make sense for most people. But there are lots of creatures out in the middle of the ocean that would be more than happy to swallow a whole ship whole. So if you wanted to do that, it would be dangerous. And the whole reason that these people even go out that far is for very similar reasons to why anyone would, is to either stay in hiding and hide themselves away, or to challenge themselves with that traversal. To, do that sort of thing. As far
Yeah,
as...
I'm not interested in the challenge. Hey. Where's the nearest airship depot that we can start placing our barters? Because we have a fat pocket of cash, and I think I'm ready.
So,
anyone else in opposition to that airship?
I'm just trying to plan for ahead of that. So I should just probably mention to everyone that we'd be able to find the children of air pretty easily. But the children of water, that would be much more difficult and be very greatly helped by an airship.
Regardless, it requires us getting down up this mountain and going in the same direction we're still going. So, at least stop off in Garnet Keep and maybe start some of this.
Yep. The nearest place that you could, that there is an airship port, would be Diamond City, being the capital of the country. It would have all of the amenities for receiving and sending off airships. With it being kind of in the middle of the country and the other seaports on the edges of the country, it makes it more convenient to get things out from there. So that's the closest, because that's the capital city of the country, and that is to the south, about a month's travel from Garnet Keep, maybe 2 months.
Well, we still need to go.
No, yeah, it'd be about 2 months, because it'd be the same distance that you traveled from the Bloodstone Ridge to Garnet Keep, and then again.
Well, we still need to go back to the Bloodstone Ridge, because we left our carriage and animals there.
Okay. That would because going from Garnet Keep to Diamond City is a beeline 2 months. To make that detour would add an extra 2 weeks, so it'd be 10 weeks of travel in total.
Because that's overland travel that we use to get there.
Yep.
So
it sure didn't feel like a month going under the mountains to get to Garnet Keep from the Bloodstone Ridge, but the rest of the world experienced a month. Some timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff going on under the mountains.
So whatever we're doing with traveling, and the closest place for now is Garnet Keep. Going to try and get an airship. Our best bet's going to be around Diamond City.
Well, we still have things to pick Stone. So we hit the keep, go back that way, then from there to Diamond City. Sounds about.
Sure.
So is that the plan? Is that the...
I have a question. Is anyone particularly attached to their sleds and sled dogs?
Not really.
Because we can... Huh?
I was gonna say that depends, but then I realized I assumed you would just let them go to live in the wild.
That's a terrible idea. Dogs,
These are trained.
domestic dogs cannot learn how to be wild.
Can we get wolves to
No.
pull the sled?
Oh, we got sled
No, we
dogs.
got sled dog.
We
No, we
got
got
sled
sled dogs.
sled dogs?
Which means
specifically.
we will probably sell them back to who we sold.
You
Okay,
Cold
yeah, we
hard
should sell them
bastards.
back. Let's not leave them in the wild.
That was my idea. Is that we sell them back to the people that we purchased them from and their sleds, because if we're going to other mountains or on an airship or any time, they're not. These are working dogs. They're bred to do this. This is
They're
what
bred to
they
haul.
do. This is
Yeah, they
what
haul
they
stuff
do.
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not gonna be
They-
happy like Zephyr up in the air or anything like that.
They'll actually get more use and what they're used to transporting things from Garnet Keep through the mountains as they were intended to be. They'll be happier for it too. Who knows what'll if we just turn them loose here.
Just...
Nothing good.
Kenwin's first thought: turn them loose. Just entertains me. Don't ever change.
I don't plan on it.
Love it. But yes.
Garnet Keep.
Yes, you can easily make it to Garnet Keep. It's only a few extra days to a week to get back down from where you met up with the Children of Fire. You're able to sell back the dogs and the sleds at a used cost. So the dogs they'll buy back for half the price. The sleds they'll buy back for half the price that you originally paid them for.
Before we give the dog back, cut them all and thank them for that dog.
Yeah, absolutely. You with speak with animals being something in your repertoire, you're more than able to just communicate that out loud, or you can communicate to them in a way they'll actually understand. So
Yeah, I'll do the speak with animals so they actually understand.
and they will thank you for giving them the service to do. So each of them is grateful for the work.
While in town, we will need to restock our rations.
Mhm.
Yep, that too.
Yep. How much in the way of rations are you purchasing?
I don't know. You said it's going to be 10 weeks.
Yeah, about 10 weeks to make the full travel.
I would say on the safe side, 11 weeks for the humans. We don't have any animals now.
Yeah. Zephyr usually, picks off of whatever Vanya's eating, so.
And whatever scraps Lagan feeds him when she's not looking.
Oh yeah. He's gotten a little tubby, Vanya. Over the course of time that you have been with Lagan, he's gotten probably at least 15 pounds heavier.
Yeah, and she's continuously getting on to that too.
Every little scrap of jerky that Lagan doesn't want, he feeds to Zephyr.
During the entire time. She's having Emerald take Zephyr out at night to play and run him around.
Look, Gon plays with Zephyr.
Embrel is probably actually going to beeline to Diamond City himself first. Or is he going to Bloodstone with y'all?
Emerald is not allowed out of our sight ever again. He's now the party serf.
Wow!
Damn.
I really don't want Lagan to be the one
Your
responsible.
own family.
yeah, your own family, Vanya. Goddamn.
Right?
So he's going to Bloodstone Ridge. Is that the intent?
Yeah, I guess he's gonna be sticking with us.
Okay.
Which is acceptable.
Okay.
And I think from Garnet Keep to Bloodstone Ridge, we'll probably buy passage
My
through
passage.
the carriage,
Okay.
like we did before.
Yeah.
To come from port into Bloodstone Ridge.
Okay.
Which might take a little bit of time off of our travels from there, and then once we get our carriage, it'll.
Yeah. So that travel, I don't remember what the price was originally, but since it is instead of a wheeled cart, because it's kind of going off road, it is more of a it's more of the sort of carriage that would do well off road and in the snow, and so.
So it's on slats, not wheels.
Yeah, it's on slats, and so it's more of a sleigh sort of a style. It's a very large one in the case that you have as many passengers as you do with your equipment. And it is going to be pulled by 2 Clydesdales sort of horses. So that they get some good speed and some good power behind them. So that is going to cost, I'm going to say...
It's a basic, the basic carriage is like 100 gold.
Mm-hmm. And since this is more like a heavy duty, like rough weather sort of a deal, I'm gonna say it's gonna be 200 gold for all of you to get passage for that time frame, and it is going to knock off 2 weeks. Because they can just swiftly move. You guys don't have to stop. They have multiple drivers. That it's specifically designed for going between these 2 cities because it is so rough. Where the actual sort of paved road doesn't connect these 2 cities, in a convenient way. It's more perpendicular.
That was the whole reason we went under the mountain.
Right. So yeah, 200 gold to get all of you across. You all have now that doesn't cover any kind of food costs. So for those 2 weeks that you are essentially riding passenger on a heavy cart, you are going to need to buy your rations for the trip. So it is obviously 1 ration per day, and so 14 days on the road on this cart is going to be the gold equivalent. And that gold equivalent is 5 silver. So 5 silver times 14 days. Spent each.
Yep,
Per
so
person.
Per person.
Yep. So that means it's 7 gold. 7 gold for the trip.
Okay.
7 gold for the trip for food costs. Yep.
Thank you for the math lethality.
You're welcome.
Yep.
That's what I do.
So, at Bloodstone Ridge, you arrive, and because you decided to pay for the caravan and heavy cart style travel, you are pretty protected, and so you don't have to worry about any kind of thing harrying you in the middle of the night either. So,
Coffee.
yes.
Just a quick point. Given we've been doing a lot of, I would have had time to finish my book, right?
Given that you are riding passenger in this particular cart, yes.
Because it's 48 hours over 6 days or less.
Yes. You would have plenty of time to read your book, given that there are very few in the way of distractions aside from your party members.
I'll go ahead and sort that out forthwith. Thank
Okay.
you.
Fantastic. And the Book of Quickness of Action is used and cannot be used again for another 100 years.
Yep. But that's fine. I have transcended to a new level of speed.
Bruh, you didn't need that.
So, while we're in the Bloodstone Ridge, when we get there,
Yep.
Lagon is going to take a couple of days. I know we're looking at a time crunch, but Lagon has something that's been weighing on his mind. He's going to take a couple days and go to his home village. If anyone wants to join him, they are free to do so.
Yep.
But the first thing he does when he gets into town is he goes and checks on the animals and the carriage that they left before going to the Obsidian Peak, and make sure that because I think we should have about a week left on the time frame.
Yeah.
Of the goal.
I think that's what we decided on. Yeah.
The last time where we had a messenger, Garnet Keep bring gold here, and Lagon messaged them. There should be about a week or so left travel. And then he's going to take a day or two and go up into the mountains for his home village.
Okay. Is the rest of the party joining?
I'll go with him.
Okay.
Anya will.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. What about Kaz and Kinwin?
Yeah, Kaz will go. If anything, it'll be a pilgrimage-esque experience.
That's true.
The whole party.
The whole party. Kinwin, are you going up to the Goliath village that was ruined in this pass?
Surrounded? No other villages? Then I guess, sure.
Yep. So going from Bloodstone Ridge up to the village where Lagon is originally from, which is basically no more. It is still in ruins, in much the same way. It's the pass is basically snow covered, and going past the village it's just not feasible at all right now because the mountain pass is so full of snow that much as anyone across the mountains might want to do so, getting through this pass is not going to happen. But you find yourself amidst the ruins of the village you used to call home when you were very young. Still finding it to have that sort of ghostly feeling.
Lagon is going to situate himself in the middle of the village where the communal dance and feasts were held.
Kind of
he's going to sit down and start praying.
Yep.
And he's going to spend 24 hours to cast Hallow.
Oh, okay. Well, Lagon is deep in prayer. It seems nothing is going to distract him from such.
Mm-mm.
What are the rest of you going to do?
How destroyed is the village?
Imagine that you are looking at a village that was set on fire, left to burn, and is now snow covered.
So
And has been left alone untouched for close to 30 years now.
Yeah. Close to 30 years of that snow and all of that, yeah. The only thing that would probably be remaining standing is anything that was made of stone, and even then that started to crumble.
Or you know what? Actually, I can get on my knees and put my forehead next to my staff and just silently pray to yeah.
Okay, so you're also
What do
going
we
to do...
call her? The mother, nature, or just nature. One of those for the destruction that happened at the.
Okay, kind of doing a reminiscent prayer on behalf of Lagon, it looks like.
I
Or Arya.
Oh, go ahead.
What are the rest of you doing?
I think Vanya is going to take the time to scout around the area as much as she can outside the village.
Okay, kind of do a perimeter.
Yeah.
Tars might join her in that.
Okay. Arya, Lyra?
I'm gonna stand by Lagon's side for a moment. As he prays, I put my hand on his shoulder. I look out across the village, saddened by the destruction. But I see something a little bit in the distance. I go over to it. It appears to be the rumbles and remains of stone carved and carefully crafted. Don't mind the background noise. And I pick up some of the tumbled rock and struggle to put it on top of each other and start stacking stones one on top of another. And out of it, make a small makeshift altar. Once it's there, I take out the draconic figurine. And I just place it upon the altar. It isn't necessarily their god. But for some reason, I feel like there is a due justice to be had of this place. And every time I come here, I want to represent that. I return to Lagon's side at that point, and I kneel beside him. There next to Kinwin. And I just listen to their prayers. My eyes closed in reverence.
All right. And Lyra?
Looking over the destruction that is showcased. And if I recall, it's still very much daytime. So I imagine she's frequently covering her eyes, the sun reflecting off of the snow. The only pieces to give her eyes rest is the ashes, the charred remains of a place that once stood. She goes to the kneeling, or to the praying Goliath. What was this place?
In the midst of his prayer, Agon will look at to Alira. This was my home. Until about a month ago, I had not been back in 30 years. It was destroyed the night I left.
Is this the first time you've returned?
The second. The first was just before we left to our fortune and found yourself and Kaz asleep under.
He kneels down and grabs hold of a bunch of charred wood, some ash as it crumbles in her hand, kind of rubbing it between her fingertips for a moment. So, you come here to pray to your beloved raven? For what?
It is not the raven, I am. Well, the armor he wears is to the matron of the ravens. If you understand any of the, he's speaking when he speaks to the deity of Melora or Zuviwao. He's not speaking to the raven.
That's great. I'm not sure what that would mean to Alira.
It is not. If she
Never
hears
mind.
him speaking to the deity, when he addresses the deity in visions, he's not to the Queen of Ravens or the Raven Queen. He is talking to his patron deity, the one that he started, Zuviwao, the Wild Mother, the goddess of nature and sea. Entreating her for protection over this area that was once his home.
I'll leave you to it.
Alright. So, with that, Kaz and Vanya, you're making a perimeter around the entire space with the intent of finding what?
Seeing if there's any traces, maybe the dead being also being recently. Any particular danger that might be waiting to pop out at us at any given second.
So
Knowing
evidence,
you.
evidence of any cultists or any other threats. Okay. Then I will allow for a perception check at advantage for one person to take because the other is assisting.
I think I'll take that one. I have expertise.
Yeah, I only have a +7. Go for it.
Yeah, that's a
Expertise.
plus
we like
11.
that.
That's a plus 11 for me.
Heck yeah. Get it. Is that a natural
How's a
20?
nat 20 sound?
Oh yeah!
That
We
was on the
take
advantage
those.
dice too.
It's like she sees into the into the void.
So a 31.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Get some mojo dice in the chat because we got some natural 20s. So immediately there are no threats present. So there's that. That's good. There's nothing lurking. There's nothing in the shadows. There's nothing that you have to be necessarily worried about today. For as far as threats, there's always wildlife kind of romping around a little bit, but not one of them is really any kind of threat to you. Evidence of cultists. Here, no such evidence is found. There's maybe been some footprints of a Goliath kind that have made the trek up here since y'all had left, but even that's snow covered, and even that is like maybe it's remnants of the past, maybe it's not. It's very hard to tell, given how snow covered this particular area tends to be, and with the snow melts washing away a lot of things, the snow builds up again and covers up any snow tracks, anything like that. You get that even if there was somebody coming up here, it might have been hidden, but you find no real evidence of any kind of fabric left behind, any kind of implements left behind, none of that obsidian or onyx that you found dust of in the previous crypts before. No dust of any other kind of magical components that you can think of. And so you generally feel that if it wasn't for the fact that people travel this pass during the spring and summer months and even into the fall, that anyone passing by would just leave this place to the ruins that it is.
Well, that's a bit of a relief.
Any remains of any person have already been, decayed to the point where they're completely gone, or have been since removed in the 30 years that between the time that Lagon left and this and the village was burned behind him. There's no remains of the people that were left behind, except for like little odds and ends that might have survived fire.
Yeah.
But even those are just mangled due to the fire that happened here.
Fire, age,
Rust, snow.
It was up on her mind, and she figured she'd check into it, just cautionary.
Yep.
Look what they did with the dragon.
Yep.
But I think with finding that outside of wildlife, there's nothing lurking out there, she's going to return to the village with Kaz and
Okay.
kind of watch Lagon.
Okay. If no one has anything else, then the 24 hours of the spell will come and go. And
I did have one more thing I wanted to ask Lagon.
Sure. By all means.
So, of this place, You're the last one, right?
As far as I know, between myself and Hatta, part of what has happened, Hatter and his madness, came from that night and the days that followed.
I see. What would you make of your homeland?
With what?
What would you make of your homeland, then? Are you to leave it to rest? Do you wish to build a grave?
Whatever graves are made are already made. I am simply thinking they are undisturbed. Those of my ancestors, my mother, my sister, the rest of my village. We may not have always gotten along. I intend to see that no one can bring them back.
Do you ever plan to return here?
I do.
To live here again?
Indeed. My people,
Really?
my village, we existed solely to guide those across and through the passes of mountains. The only time we weren't was now, this time of year, when the passes are so covered and so deep with snow, there's no way through. Yes, I do intend to return. And I would like to make sure that such a place is still kept as safe as possible. By doing this now, it ensures that my dead, those of my kin, stay where they are, and no one can abuse them. Which brings up another thought that I will actually have to have a...
I didn't hear a word you just said.
I said, the thought of which brings up another pertinent point in Lagan's mind. Sit down and have another conversation about.
Certainly. But the spell ends.
So, celestials, elementals, fays, fiends, and undead cannot enter the area, nor can they charm, frighten, or possess anyone within the area. Anyone charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature when they enter is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed. Secondly, everlasting rest. Dead bodies interred in the cannot be brought back. Cannot move or travel. What? Hold on. Cannot be turned into undead. This is a 60-foot sphere, the center of where Lagan sat down.
All right. In a 60-foot spear, which would encompass most of the ruins. Would be protected by the Hallow spell indefinitely. You are exhausted, as you spent 24 hours straight, more or less, without much interruption. So you could go for a sleep, but it is the midday of the following day as you prayed and did the components of the spell for the last 24 hours. So you can sleep.
Yeah, that
you could desperately need a nap.
That 1,000 gold of incense and other, not all of it, but
there's some new
a
things.
portion of the herbs, the oil, and incense that Lagan bought from Garnet Keep.
Mm-hmm.
Half of that is all gone. That has been consumed by this spell alone.
Yep. And I think some of the ritual part of that spell is kind of walking the perimeter and kind of, with I imagine like some kind of one of those incense lantern things. I forget what they're called. But doing something like that as part of it too is to kind of outline the perimeter. You sitting in the central point, but the area is a censure. Yes, thank you, Jotun. And so the surrounding area is protected by the Hallow spell at this time, and you are free to do what you will for the foreseeable future. But I think we'll come back to that next week as we finish up the afternoon with the Lucky Sevens for the remainder of this day, and getting back to the Bloodstone Ridge, and we'll continue from there next time. So getting to Bloodstone Ridge, you will have your long rest, and that's where we'll pick up next time. So,
Woo.
You guys did some travel, yay!
Yeah.
Love to see it. So yes, thank you guys so much for playing.
Hey, I'm not dead in a ditch.
No,
Yeah.
don't be dead in a ditch. We love Alira. She's cute.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for playing. I enjoyed running the game for you guys. I hope you do enjoy being players in my game. I know that obviously Kinwin goes the extra mile in cosplays. Always gonna shout you out for that, Woden, because you are basically me in the other campaign.
I would, if not for the fact that I wasn't a purple gem dragonborn.
You are a purple gem dragonborn made of basically living
little
amethysts.
Difficult. Yeah, a little difficult to cosplay living amethyst. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Right.
You do
I'm
what
not
you
shaving
can.
my head and painting my
And-
skin blue and
No, that's fine. That's fine. Your
And
beard is
I
luxurious
couldn't
anyway.
Yeah, and I couldn't cosplay one of the other main characters back in Chroma Company because I don't have tits.
But now you have long enough hair to do so? Question mark.
Her hair is longer and it's also not as curly and it's black, whereas
That's
this is brown.
fair, but it kind of looks
have to
black
wear a
on my
wig.
webcams. Wah, wah, wah. At least their lighting gives that impression anyway. But that
Yeah.
being said, that particular character has been retired into the Pantheon, as we have discussed today. So, let's move on to some experience, because we got some things that you guys did. You get your 5 for showing up at the table. Woohoo! Everybody gets theirs.
Yay!
Hey!
What?
We had someone claim the actual artifact armor, so, there's that. Wasn't quite sure when you guys were gonna do that, but you know. And then for the bit of travel and things that you've done today, kind of thinking outside the box, I'm going to also award the. We'll make it an even 5 for the travel and kind of overcoming some of the obstacles that would have come up during your travel. So there you are. There you have it. You have 10 experience. And then we start talking about some roleplay prompts because we have some roleplay prompts to talk about. So, who had moved our plot the furthest today? Oh, Vanya's not on that poll, I guess, huh? Because we only get the 5 results. I guess you made that poll, huh?
Yeah, I just dinged level 10, so I might.
Okay. You just dinged level 10. Okay. So you're gonna pass on that. Okay. But the audience vote is there, so vote for your favorite tonight, regardless of when it is that you popped in. Like plus 10 broadsword only just came in and started chatting here just a little bit ago, saying welcome in 10 plus. So, or plus 10, I should say, because I got that backwards. So vote for who's your favorite as far as the characters go. Who moved the plot? Who we thinking? Lethality immediately raises his hand.
Yeah, you kind of gave us a good decision, even if it's a dangerous thought.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
You're muted, by the way, Lethality.
Fuck! I was the one pitching options.
It's true. It's true. Any other thoughts? Or are we all no thoughts? Head
I could throw my hat in there because it was a very personal plot for Lagon to hallow the. I don't want to take it from Kaz. Kaz did push it.
Lagon did have a significant part to play in all of this. So then I would say that they're both good contenders.
I'll go with Kaz.
All right.
I voted for Kaz.
Kaz, okay. Well, that's 3. There's 3 other people to vote.
I'll go with Kaz.
All right.
Yay!
Yay! Kaz it is.
I'm 15 XP away from level 10.
Yeah, buddy. Who had our favorite scene today?
Alira.
Alira.
Alira and Emerald.
Oh. Yeah, it was pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm a little biased because I'm the DM and I was playing the NPC in that particular scene. So.
Very pertinent, very poignant moment when she said, "You're not the coward unless you run." We can't say the same for your friend Caleb. He practically gave his life for. He didn't run. Well, he tried to run, but you know.
Any other mentions? Any other contenders? Thoughts, questions, concerns?
I only have a few dumbass comments I made throughout this entire game, but not really. I can agree with anyone else puts on the table there.
Who's the best line?
Yeah.
No, for the best
Nice.
scene so far.
Oh, still scene? I thought we did that.
Yeah, it was Alira, wasn't it?
Well, nobody else actually said anything, so.
Wow, I was
one
the only
vote on-
motherfucker who's. Yeah, me and Raven are the only people who are like saying like, yeah, hi, yeah. Yeah, no, best scene, Alira.
It was probably because I was muted, but yes, I agree, Alira.
Alira gets our best scene for today. Okay, now we're best line.
Oh, thank you.
I direct these things. I am God.
You're a benevolent god.
I am a benevolent God. Hey, Alira got the audience favorite.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay.
Ah,
Yay!
Best.
ah.
I'm gonna throw
hilarious.
my hat in for
That's
best
hilarious.
wine. Just because I decided to pull a little sibling is gonna be little sibling thing,
Mhm.
and we have our ways.
Yeah. yeah. Vanya basically saying to her brother in no uncertain terms, "Oh, you think this stops us? No, we fuck hard."
Just thank alone, if I could, I'd give it to coffee. The portrayal of Emerald, but I can't.
Yeah.
So I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for like. I am going to make sure that none of my kids are ever used in an untoward purpose or in an attempt to bring back the dead.
Oh, yeah, my vote's in on Vanya.
That was a very important moment for Lagon. And I did like it a lot, quite a bit. It was actually, that whole entire scene at the village was my second for scene. But Vanya had some pretty good singers.
What y'all think, Woden and Derek? Who gets their best line?
Lagan.
Okay.
Yeah, guess we'll double up on that then.
Lagan.
Yeah.
All right,
My
Lagan it
vote
is, I
doesn't
guess.
count on this one.
All right.
Doesn't that make it tied
Does it?
3-3?
Oh, I guess
Yeah,
you're
look
right.
at that.
I guess you're right. 3-3. High or low, Vanya and Lagan.
You call
Right.
it. You have better luck.
So few. Let's go high.
All right, we're looking for an 11 plus on a d20. That is an 11.
Ah!
Woo. See, this is why we let Mojo do things. He's got better luck.
Yep.
That is an 11. You both get it.
Hey, I don't care. I'll take it by an inch, by a mile. Doesn't matter to me. A win is a win.
Yes.
I don't care if I've got 1 HP. I've still got 1.
And just because it was an honorable mention, I am going to give an extra experience because I'm a benevolent god to Alira because she only needs 1 experience to ding level 9. So.
Oh, come on.
Level
That's not how this
9.
works.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it
No,
works.
it is because he is God and God has spoken.
He is God. You shall listen to your God.
Hey, it was like portraying Emerald for that scene with Alira was my personal favorite from the night.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed it. So that's why I'm giving that away. I do that on occasion, you guys.
I love how I turned you bright red and made you giggle with what I said earlier. Funny as shit.
Alright, I need a D8.
And if it wasn't for Alira, he wouldn't have actually admitted to Vanya that he's more or less terrified himself.
Yep.
Okay.
What you roll on your HP dice? Or are you doing it half?
I got 5,
Oh,
so
nice.
hey, you know, on a D8, 5, that's above average for me.
Yep.
That's above average.
Yep. 5 plus your con.
Well,
You
I
gotta
will
add
take it.
to your XP or add to your health pool.
Each.
Oh yeah. Awesome. Beautiful. Love to see it. Well, that does it for us in the Coffee Cat sort of corner of Twitch. So we're gonna find someone else to raid. so that we can pass on more of the love, kind of see if there's more D&D stuff that maybe we can jump in on and say hi to. Who knows? Uh, Raven's already dictated that we're gonna go say hi to Maddie.
I was about to
Because
do that. Thank you, Raven.
He just hit 4K yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
So the Tiamat-y.
He's gonna be making the announcement for the Tiamat event tonight if he hasn't already.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
I kind of want to get in on that, even though the shipping on that would be immense.
It would be monstrous, but probably cheaper than actually buying the thing outright. So
Yeah.
So that is something that we'll have to go and see and go and see what Maddie's up to tonight, because he was doing some character creation and party swats last night. So we're gonna go take a look at what more he has to do with that particular party we created this week. So come along, everyone, as we go and jump in at the Hero Zone. And if you're following on Twitch and you're not following on YouTube, you should. And if it's the other way around, well, come visit us over here on Twitch too, because we'd like to have more people come by. And thank you guys so much for swinging by. Next stream on Wednesday is going to be the channel anniversary. So be on the lookout for any prompts and things like that Twitch is going to give you on Wednesday night, because we're going to go live at around 9 o'clock for more Blood and Iron for our VtM game. And if we end up even getting a hype train, because I rarely get them, if we get a hype train, then I may actually do a bonus stream this week. So we'll see how that goes. So until then, everybody, say goodnight.
Night.
Good night.
Not everybody.